and welcome to the September 19th, 2024 meeting of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. I have one housekeeping item before we get started. We have Commissioner Flowers is requesting your approval to participate virtually, and a request is in accordance with our virtual participation policy, and I'll entertain a motion for approval. Second. We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Welcome, Commissioner Flowers. I know you're there, and I know the team in the back will make sure we can see her when technology is working correctly, because I saw her earlier. Before we get started, also, I want to thank our Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and the deputies that are always here for us, Deputy Winnick and Deputy Manley. We truly appreciate your service and your continued support for Pinellas County. Also, before we get started, I want to welcome Rabbi Michael Bernholtz of Temple B'nai Israel to deliver the invocation. The rabbi is filling in for Reverend Martin, who could not join us today. Thank you, Rabbi, for stepping in. We truly appreciate it. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing, and Vice Chair Scott will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
What an honor it is to appear before the County Commission. I just moved here 2 months ago, coming from the East Coast of Florida, and received this invitation. One of the reasons it's so important, because it is important to come before the community and say, here is part of the Jewish community, to get a chance to know the County Commission, and for the County Commission and for the community to know that the Jewish community is here and present. I actually grew up in Tampa, so it is wonderful to come back to this side of the bay to be able to be part of this community. So as growing up, one of the first songs my mother would sing is the words of Psalm 133. Hinei ma tov u'ma na'im shevet achim gam yachad. How good and pleasant it is that brothers are able to sit together. And last week at this time, I was with my congregation, and I was doing a lunch and learn, and I was teaching about Judaism, the afterlife. And there's a particular story that we teach. It's about the afterlife that takes those words of Psalm 133 and makes it very relevant to this meeting. So there's a story is told about a man who has the opportunity to go into the afterlife, and he goes into the afterlife, and he's taken down a hallway, and there's a room there marked hell. And he goes into this room, and there is a group of people, and they're sitting around, and there is this boiling vat of the best soup you can imagine. Imagine all of the rich broth that is there, and there's vegetables, and it just smells so good. But he looks at the people, and they're sitting around, and they are starving to death. They're emaciated. They're whining. They're crying. They can't eat. And he can't figure out what's going on, because here is this nutritious, beautiful soup bubbling right there in front of them. And he looks and he says, well, maybe they don't have a spoon. And he sees they all have spoons in their hands, and they're reaching out, and he can't figure out why they're not feeding and why they're not eating. And then he realizes that, in fact, their elbows are locked. And so they're not able to get from the soup and get the spoon to their mouth, and not able to feed themselves. And so he goes out of that room, and he goes into the room, of course, then marked heaven, and he goes in and he sees a similar scene, that there is this vat of soup, and he can see the steam, he can smell it, he sees how beautiful it is, and he sees that there the people are smiling, that their faces are full, that they have been getting all of this incredible sustenance. And he's trying to figure out what is the difference, because he looks and he sees they have spoons in their hands, but he sees that their elbows are still locked, and he can't figure out what is the difference between heaven and hell. And then he sees what is the simple difference. That it's true, they can't get the spoons to their mouths, but what are they doing that is different in this room than the room before? Is they're swinging their spoons to the side, and they are there feeding and sustaining each other. And that is a powerful story in Judaism about the afterlife, but it really isn't about the afterlife, because anything when we are talking about the world to come, we're also talking about what does shalom, what does wholeness and harmony and peace mean in this world. When we say how wonderful it is for people to sit together, it's not just sitting together. It's not just talking. It's really sharing those words, sharing that sustenance, sharing that blessing, listening to each other and taking care of each other, finding ways, even as we bring ourselves to this place and our own perspective, our own fears, our own concerns, but finding those ways to reach out, to connect, and to take care of each other. And so as you start this meeting, it is my hope that you bring that energy to this place. Hine ma tov u'ma na'im shevet achim gam yachad. It is not enough that you sit here together, but may we have ways through this meeting, through learning about our community, that we find ways of reaching out and sustaining each other. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I would like to ask Pepper Yochino, President of Florida Shore and Beach Preservation Association, and Kelly Levy, the Director of Public Works, and her staff, John Bishop and Zach Westfall, to join me at the podium. Pinellas County Public Works Department was selected in 2024's Florida Shore and Beach Preservation Association Outstanding Service Award. This everybody's here? Great. I'm going to let you guys hold this, and I'll leave that real quick. So this Outstanding Service Award is reserved for an individual or team in recognition of their outstanding service to the preservation of Florida's beaches. Public Works efforts following Hurricane Idalia to implement an emergency dune construction project was an extraordinary demonstration of teamwork and commitment to our community and earned the distinguished recognition from the Florida Shore and Beach Preservation Association. Congratulations, Kelly, to your team, and I hope you have some words to say because I know everyone in this room that's seen all your hard work is just so proud of your team.
Well, I'm going to be very quick because I would like Pepper, he just drove here from Tallahassee to be able to say words, but I've always said this, nothing of this magnitude happens without amazing people, and I am so grateful to be able to work with an amazing team every single day. It's exciting, they keep me guessing, they keep me on my toes, that's for sure. And thank you for all of your support because this wouldn't have happened without Barry, this wouldn't have happened without you helping us move this forward. So thank you very much, and Pepper.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters. I knew her as Representative Peters from my time when I worked in the Senate. Senator Justice, now Commissioner Justice, and Representative Laval, of course. It feels a little bit like a reunion. But I really thank Kelly for inviting us here. Yes, it's a long drive. Yes, I woke up before it was light outside. But when we got the invitation to come, I knew somebody from the association would have to be here. The rabbi's invocation this afternoon was really wonderful, and it just made me think about these folks up here, that they weren't sustaining themselves with this project, right? They hopped into action and are deserving of this award because of the work that they did for this county. And how grateful we are as a statewide association to have partners like you all, and especially Pinellas County as one of our longest and most important partners up in Tallahassee. That we were so grateful to be able to be the conduit to award Pinellas County the Outstanding Service Award. So I just want to keep my comments very brief, but just to express how really just how thankful I am to be able to be here in front of you all, and how grateful I am for the partnership with Pinellas County and the wonderful folks that were deserving of this award. Thank you.
We're going to take a photo. So we're going to come up right here. And if the commissioners would come and join us so we could take a photo. And Kelly, your team is just truly outstanding. There aren't enough awards to just thank them as much as you're amazing. Today is award day. And the next couple awards are equally as important and amazing and really have made a difference to our community. So we're going to honor the recipients of the 2024 Pinellas County Fire Professionals of the Year Awards. These awards are given to those who go above and beyond the call of duty when providing professional fire services to the community and the members of fire services. For each recipient, we'll play a video that gives you a brief description of the type of work that is performed by these individuals and why they were chosen to be this year's winners. And we're really excited to have them here and see all the wonderful things they've done. At this time, I would like to ask Yariel Alvarez, the Assistant Vice President of Support Services from the Pinellas Federal Credit Union, to come forward and assist with the presentation. And I want to thank him for always being here to help us with this award. It's a great partnership, and we're glad to have you as a partner. Thank you. Good to see you. Wonderful. So if they want to, staff, you want to play the video?
Fire professionals throughout Pinellas County are devoted to our public safety through their leadership and commitment to our community. Each year, the Board of County Commissioners recognizes this work by naming Pinellas County Fire Professionals of the Year. Madeira Beach Fire Department's Lieutenant George Hill was awarded the 2024 Fire Professional of the Year. Hill recently took on the added responsibility of EMS officer, which requires him to be less hands-on during a rescue call. This has gained him a new perspective on scene and as a leader.
That's been the hardest adjustment as an officer, is to step back because I love being hands-on. I love taking care of patient care. Stepping back allows me to see the overall picture. If there's a safety concern, I can let the crews, hey, we're gonna back out of here and call for additional help.
Hill has also been critical in training paramedic staff to provide the highest level of care for our residents.
The fire service is one of those careers where you want the person who works under you to become better than you, even if that means going up to a higher position, because ultimately you want to see them better this department, better this county, and better this area for the residents that we serve.
Clearwater Fire and Rescue's Lieutenant Bob Keene earned Fire Special Operations Professional of the Year through tactical innovation and leadership. Keene has been in the fire service for more than 39 years. He currently operates as the Tactical Response Team's Safety and Training Officer.
My role as a safety and training officer, as the title says, is twofold. When I go on an incident, my role is as a safety officer. I get to look out for my guys, make sure that they're safe while they're trying to save others. The second half of that is training. I make sure that all my guys are trained up to speed so that when the time comes, they're ready to get out there and do their job to the best of their ability. And this just goes to keeping the county safe in times when they really need us.
This year, in commitment to keeping the county safe, Keene implemented a local urban flood capability by coordinating the repurposing of a public works truck.
Urban flood capabilities are important in Pinellas County because we have a lot of low-lying areas.
Keene not only ensured the truck was operable, but also created a training plan and policy so that his crews were capable.
That to me is one of the most rewarding things, just being able to go out and help the public and help my guys all at the same time.
Sandy Stawinski, a lead public safety telecommunicator for Pinellas County's Regional 911 Center, earned the 2024 Emergency Fire Dispatcher of the Year for her experienced leadership and ability to handle emergency calls with utmost professionalism. Last September, Stawinski handled a 911 call for an incident where a car struck a building, eventually resulting in a fire.
911, what is the address of your emergency? The call was coded as a vehicle crash because that's what it was. But then we had several callers tell us the vehicle was on fire. So with my years of experience, I know that vehicle's into a building and the vehicle's on fire, so probably the building is on fire. So I immediately upgraded the call to a full structure response so that we could get enough equipment to the scene.
Her experienced decision-making allowed the fire department to save valuable time. Stawinski's experienced decision-making doesn't end there. On a call last October, she acted quickly after two firefighters declared a mayday.
13, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in this bathroom. I'm low air and I can't find my way out.
In October, I had a working structure fire call, which started out to just be your typical structure fire, until the words that a dispatcher never wants to hear is Mayday, because you know your guys are in trouble. It's scary.
Stawinski quickly determined the location of the firefighters and coordinated their rescue with the district fire chief.
We were very lucky that quickly and proficiently we were able to make sure that those firefighters were okay.
And on behalf of the county, thank you to all of our fire professionals for having our backs. The Board of County Commissioners congratulates the 2024 Fire Professionals of the Year.
We have some amazing people here that really do amazing, amazing things. So first, I'd like to call up Lieutenant George Hill with Madera Beach Fire Department. Lieutenant? I think it was just yesterday I saw you, isn't it? Also, the credit union has, not only do we have an award for you, but the credit union has a gift for you. And each awardee will get a gift. So even before his 2018 promotion to lieutenant, George Hill was known for his dedication and leadership. As a lieutenant, he earned recognition for life-saving actions during a motorcycle accident and was part of the fire crew for the year of guiding this team through water rescues. A father of 3, he excels in public education, and as an EMS officer, he has greatly enhanced the department's service and training. We proudly recognize Lieutenant George Hill as the 2024 Fire Professional of the Year. Congratulations. Yes, if you want to say something.
Anybody who knows me knows I'm not the one to be a public speaker, and this was a nice surprise. With that said, I always try to stay under the radar and do what the chief wants me to do. But with that said, I'm greatly appreciative of this award. And I would say first, I have to give credit where credit's due. And I'd say first to my family, thank you for making those sacrifices, which has allowed me to dedicate myself to the fire department. Number 2 goes to my fire family, who's just as important, who motivates me every day, who pushes me to raise the bar higher every day. So I thank them for that. Third is the leaders that sit in this room. You guys lead the way in the county, and that's what makes the county the best place to work for. And I thank you guys, and that includes my chief, to every leader in this room that takes that responsibility every day to make this county the best place to work for. And last, I couldn't sit up here, especially after hearing the rabbi talk. I thank God for all the blessings that I have up to this moment. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, and congratulations. So for each of our awardees, we're going to have the commissioners come up and take a picture, and then we're going to have their families come up and just have a picture with their family and their award, if that's okay. So if the commissioners would come up first, we'll take a picture with you, and then afterwards, we'll have your family come up so you can have a picture with your family. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. Right up here in the front. So, and then after the family, we'll have the department members that are here, and we can get a picture with them as well. And one more, Lieutenant. Is this your whole shift? Nice. Okay. Thanks for being here. I have gotten direction that they wanted all the commissioners with the whole team. Is that okay? Come on back. Lieutenant's going to be so pictured out, he'll be all done. And if y'all come back up, thank you. Next, I'd like to call Lieutenant Bob Keene, Clearwater Fire and Rescue. Lieutenant, oh, here he comes. We've got one for you as well. Congratulations. And a gift from the credit union. Come on up here so you're on camera. You too. You don't have to go away. Okay. Lieutenant Bob Keene, Technical Rescue Team Leader for Clearwater Fire and Rescue, has been a key member of the Pinellas County TRT since its inception. He oversees team logistics, assists in training, and recently enhanced a high-water vehicle for countywide use. As Clearwater Safety and Training Officer, his focus is on safety during high-risk trainings, provides invaluable protection for our team members. We proudly recognize Lieutenant Bob Keene as the 2024 Special Operations Professional of the Year. And we also appreciate your hard work and dedicated service to the citizens of Pinellas County. Thank you for everything you do, and would you like to say a few words? Yes.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege to be part of the technical rescue team for Pinellas County. I've been on the team now for 23 years. And I remember when I started, how much I enjoyed it. And over the years, I've been able to help contribute back to the team what people contributed towards me. And I've got a great bunch of guys on my team in Clearwater, some of them standing over here right now, as well as the rest of the team throughout the county. I'm just happy that I can contribute to that team, that we can put forth something to the citizens of Pinellas County. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do a photo up here. Lots of photos. Thank you. Thank you all for your service. And then for your family, if your family will come on up. I would have loved to have seen him. We want to have Station 51 come up for just one with his station. And we'll let you know how to access these pictures. I'll have Ashley reach out to you. And okay. And finally, I'd like to call up Sandy Stowinski, Public Safety Telecommunicator from Pinellas County Regional 911 Center. Sandy consistently shows exceptional skill, leadership, and dedication as a fire dispatcher. Her quick thinking and expertise in managing complex situations has been crucial, earning her significant praise from colleagues. As a lead for Pinellas 911, she has played a key role in training radio operators, sharing her extensive knowledge to maintain the highest standards of service and ensure effective team performance. We proudly, and I mean proudly, recognize Sandy Stowinski as the 2024 Emergency Fire Dispatcher of the Year. Again, thank you for everything you do for the citizens of Pinellas County. And if you'd like to say a word, first I want to thank you too, because my son is a firefighter. And if he were in that bathroom, I'd be so grateful that you would be there on the call. Thank you so much. If you have some words.
Thank you. Not a speech giver, really didn't prepare anything. Just wanted to say thank you for the acknowledgement. It means a lot that our hard work, all of our hard work, the fire department, mine, is recognized. It goes to the heart. We do it for many different reasons, but mostly to help the citizens of this county and help our fellow man. And we don't do it for this, but it is nice to have that recognition there. So thank you, commissioners. Thank you, firemen. Thank you, everybody who had a part in this. We appreciate it.
Thank you. So here's our certificate, and you got your gift.
Yep.
We're going to come up and take a
Okay.
picture. And do you have family here as well? I do. Okay.
well. I just want to say congratulations to the winners and thank you to your department, your team for keeping the citizens of Pinellas County safe. We really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. And we truly appreciate the sponsorship every year for our workers. So thank you so much for our first responders. Okay, and timely is Fire Week Prevention Week. I'd like to ask Craig Hare, Director of EMS and Fire Administration, to join me at the podium to accept the Fire Appreciation Week proclamation. Craig? Hi, it's good to see you. Good to see you, ma'am. All right, you stay up here with me, and I have this one's for you. I don't know why they've got it all closed up. Okay. Oh, there's a couple. So there's somebody else to give them to. Okay. Pinellas County is committed to ensuring the safety of all those living in and visiting our community. Fires continue to pose a significant risk to the lives and property and demand proactive prevention efforts. Fire Prevention Week, observed annually, serves a crucial reminder of the importance of fire safety. We express our gratitude to our local firefighters and our emergency personnel and recognize their unwavering commitment to safeguarding our community. Therefore, now it be proclaim that the week of October 6th through October 12th be recognized as Fire Prevention Week. We extend our sincere thanks to our firefighters for this service. Would you like to say a few words on behalf of the EMS community? Sure. Thank you, Craig.
It's a hard act to follow when we have all of our award winners here, but it's an honor to accept this on behalf of our 18 fire rescue agencies that go above and beyond in serving our community every day. And just wanted to thank the commission for all of your support of our fire rescue services and our EMS services that are out there every day just keeping us all safe. So thank you.
Thank you, and I think we're going to want a picture with you as well. Yeah. So I believe we're going to want a picture with Craig with this proclamation, if you all want to come up and join me again. And there will be 2 more proclamations, so it's up to you if you want to stand or sit back down. Okay, and next is for IT Professional Week. I'd like to invite Jeff Roars, our Chief Information Officer from Business Technology Services, and his staff to come and join me at the podium to accept the IT Professionals Week proclamation. And welcome all of you. Hi, Jeff. Good to see you. That's for you and your team. It's good to see the whole team. Or most of the team. Yeah, just a handful of the team. Good to see you. I'm missing not being on BTS. Information technology professionals are instrumental in maintaining the technological infrastructure that supports government operations, from managing data systems and security communication networks, which are vital to effectively serving our community. The expertise and dedication of IT professionals enable local government entities to enhance transparency, streamline processes, and improve accessibility for our residents, thereby fostering a more responsive and accountable administration of services. Our IT department, Business Technology Services, was created by an interlocal agreement in 2008. This week, we celebrate BTS and all county IT employees, and thank you for your significant contribution that you make every single day. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the week of September 16th through 22nd, 2024, be recognized as IT Professional Week. We encourage all citizens and employees to acknowledge the vital role that IT professionals play in advancing the functions and services of our local government. Thank you, Jeff, for your leadership and for your team being a great partner with the commission. And do you have a few words? Oops. I'm gonna move
First and foremost, thank you to the commissioners for this acknowledgement and proclamation for IT Professionals Day. I did bring some of our IT professionals, a handful of folks. We have Bhumi Gandhi, who is with our Acela team, Becky Gonzalez with our web team and SharePoint team, and also does Granicus. We have Sam Chambry with our asset and service management team, Allison Reinbolt with our Enterprise GIS team, Colin Camus with our Endpoint team, and of course, you probably know Alex with our Operations Center. He's pretty well known. But I would like to say thank you for this. As you know, as IT professionals, we're used to being behind the scenes, so having an acknowledgement in a public forum like this is really nice. And, you know, we actually, this is only a handful of 150 plus IT professionals that serve the county every day. They take their jobs very seriously. They work extremely long hours to make sure that we have the best and systems that are safe and secure and there when we need them. And I'm just always proud to work alongside them. So thank you to them. Thank you to the commission for this acknowledgement.
And not to be amiss, Brian, you are equally just as important and valued, and we adore you. Next, I'd like to invite members of the Zero Suicide Prevention of Pinellas to join me at the podium to accept the National Suicide Prevention Month proclamation. I know there's a lot of organizations that are involved in this effort to ensure that there are zero suicides in Pinellas County, and I am very grateful for all the work they do and how they collaborate together. So if you all want to come up and stand behind me. Don't be shy. September is National Suicide Prevention Month, a time during which we join our voices to amplify the message that suicide can be prevented. These observances are united in raising awareness that prevention is possible, treatment is effective, and people do recover. In Pinellas County, we are fortunate to have a collaborative group of partners known as Zero Suicide Partners of Pinellas, who are working tirelessly to save precious lives. Through their work, we know that being kind, asking directly about suicide, and fostering social connection can save lives. It is essential that we educate and encourage relatives, friends, and coworkers about the signs of suicidal ideation. The Zero Suicide Partners of Pinellas unite community members and organizations with a common mission to end suicide in Pinellas County, and for that, we are incredibly grateful to all of you. Now, therefore, it be claimed that the month of September 2024 be recognized as National Suicide Prevention Month. Thank you so much for your incredible, important impact work. And would any of you want to stand up and speak on behalf of the whole group?
I'll keep my comments brief, but I am the project manager for Zero Suicide Partners of Pinellas, and I would just like to thank the county commissioners for recognizing this difficult subject, but yet very, very important. So I think suicide impacts all of us to some degree. We know somebody who has been touched by this. And my team is made up of this wonderful team behind me, but yet 20-plus partners in the community that work every single day to reduce suicide and bring awareness to this very important subject. So again, thank you so much for shedding light on this and recognizing it and taking the time to have us here today. Thank you.
So we're going to take a photo of all of you up front. And this, I guess, would be you that gets this done. Okay. Come on up front. I'm going to move on to citizens to be heard. For each one that's coming up, this is citizens to be heard is an opportunity to speak on something that is not on the agenda. If you want to speak about something that is on the agenda, that you need to fill out a card for that specific agenda item. Each person will get 3 minutes, and we ask that you state your name and your address. Thank you. So first up is Crystal Beach. Oh, no, it's Jill Groden, I'm sorry, regarding Crystal Beach. Jill? Yeah.
My address, you said?
Yes, your name and your address.
Jill Groden, 132 Crystal Beach Avenue, Crystal Beach, Florida, 134681. Tell me when. Okay, I'm here to discuss the pre-construction at 2641 Alternate 19 in Crystal Beach, where there is a commercial property in front on Alternate 19, and behind that a transition property from residential to commercial property, which runs into a large pond and canal with 10 or so residential homes surrounding the pond. Avery Bayou, I believe it's called, not a retention pond. The developer, Alderman Crossings LLC, recently built a strip mall led by Dunkin' Donuts with a drive-by window in the back of it on Alternate 19 in front, soon to open. For a review, Crystal Beach is one of the original communities in Pinellas County with homesteading beginning in 1850s. It lies along the shore of St. Joseph Sound just west of Palm Harbor. This beautiful little community is home to Live Oak Park and a lovely fishing pier. The Pinellas Trail runs through Crystal Beach, connecting North and South Pinellas County for bikers and those who enjoy long walks in our tropical paradise with an old Florida feel. Ordinance number 16-55 says, Pinellas County will consider the historical and functional integrity with conditional use and site plan decisions for properties on the boundaries to protect this coastal community. Behind my home is the pond and site in question. I watched on Labor Day weekend as one by one branches from trees on the east side of the pond began to die, obvious applications of herbicides, and found that they were all approved. And it was the second time that they made an attempt to kill them, and they grew back. The plant's roots are in the pond, and neighboring plants are mangroves. The entire east side of the pond is owned by the developer, and I have been told that they will possibly leave it open for the view of the future apartment dwellers. Also note that their land is highly elevated compared to the rest of the homes there on the north, south, and west side of the pond. The impact of this development is great and needs to be revisited as soon as possible before the construction begins. Some items to consider are tall, full foliage to protect the Crystal Beach neighbors, possible noise barriers from the drive-through speaker of Dunkin' Donuts, wall between the back of the Dunkin' Donut property, revisit the allowances of floors, height of buildings, storage units, parking areas, amount of cars and people capacity to not interfere with the integrity of Crystal Beach and natural environment of these waterways. Lastly, please do not look at this lightly. Is that done?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cassandra Cole. And after Cassandra, we have Victoria Vicky Boyd. Welcome.
I'm here to talk about a plan to tear down virgin forest at 6380 62nd Avenue in Pinellas County and to build 7 homes. My name is Cassandra Cole, and I am a homeowner in the neighborhood, and I hold a master's degree in environmental sustainability. I recently spoke with Gene Crossan in Planning and Development about this project, and he said it's a done deal, it's been approved. I understand. I'm sorry my neighborhood was not in action until now. We thought that because the presence of gopher tortoises and sewage issues related to flooding, 30,000 gallons released in the last 9 months, along with the fact that these few acres had been designated as green space in the past, meant that no development would be approved. Flooding is a paramount concern. Something else Gene said comes to mind. He said, all over the country, these new weather events, they are not the norm. And my response is, I agree. They are not the norm because there is no normal. And because we are at a tipping point, an ecological tipping point. So my question to you, our elected officials, is, can we not put a moratorium on tearing down the few existing bits of forest in Pinellas County now? Let 6380 62nd Avenue North be the first example of reconsideration and ceasing a project. There is no shame in re-examining an approved site plan and changing direction. Legislative bodies do this when they get new information. What new information? The most recent examples are Tropical Storm Debbie and the Sarasota flooding of Laurel Meadows. Both events are not the norm. Here's the key point. They occurred after this site plan was approved last July. These flooding events are not the norm. We don't know how to deal with them, but it doesn't take a genius to see too much impervious cover, too much overdevelopment is the cause. We need progressive minds to galvanize now and say stop. Developers can build on land that is already paved. Vacant lots, abandoned shopping malls, old department store properties, languishing paved areas. Can we afford to destroy pockets of nature for the monetary gain of one developer? A democracy is to protect the whole population, not just the capitalistic opportunity of one person. I am not here to vilify anyone, and I believe the planners and engineers who approved this project did their level best. But it is a new day.
Thank you. Vicky Boyd, and after Vicky Boyd will be Sharon Calvert.
My name is My name is Vicki Boyd. I live at 3098 Roberta Street, Largo, Florida. I live next door to a recently started short-term rental in Largo, which has been fully booked nonstop. During my many phone calls, email correspondences, and internet searches, I ultimately learned that the STR was unlicensed. When I asked why the STR was allowed to operate without a license, I was told I had to report the unlicensed activity to the Department of Business and Professional Regulator to initiate a state inspection. When I asked if taxes were being collected, I was directed to the Department of Revenue. There I learned the STR operators are required to submit monthly statements. Due to tax privacy, they could not tell me if the unlicensed STR next to me had filed a sales and use tax certificate. To initiate an audit, I needed to report a possible tax violation. Although some rental platforms do collect taxes, many do not. The STR next to me advertises on many platforms. Parenthetically, taxes collected and submitted to Florida by VRBO are not itemized, and it's unknown who contributed what. The owner of the STR behind me is a realtor from California, where STRs are restricted. In addition to not having a license, the owners advertised a higher than allowed capacity on a rental platform not headquartered in the U.S. and attempted to build a dock on waterfront that was not theirs. 4 large posts were sunk and 2 others were left by the seawall, one of which disappeared during the recent flooding. Based on the advertised daily rate, I estimate the owners are making $90,000 a year, a 13% return on investment. One of my many conclusions is that the state of Florida has very little oversight on the operation of STRs. It is unknown if a house is being used as an STR, how often they are in use, how much rent is being collected, whether taxes are being paid, and if the owners are playing by the rules. The STRs are extremely profitable to investors, but of questionable monetary benefit to Florida. The STR near me is favored by large groups on a budget vacation. They have multi-day picnics, multi-day pool parties, multi-day fishing camps, and multi-day kayaking expeditions. The groups using this house are not tourists spending money at restaurants, museums, theme parks, or other attractions. Florida would benefit if the STR visitors stayed in hotels where taxes are collected and used public parks where fees are collected. They do not belong in our residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sharon Calvert, and then David Ballard Geddes Jr. after Sharon.
Good afternoon, I'm Sharon Calvert, and I live in Tierra Verde. I know some commissioners had raised concerns about lane eliminations, repurposing projects in Pinellas County. And I just wanted to let you know that I am very thankful that FDOT will not be removing valuable general lanes of traffic on 34th Street South, also known as US 19, which is a major corridor for those who reside in Tierra Verde. FDOT updated their lane repurposing guidebook, which is for the entire state, on July 9th, 2024. The update includes changes to FDOT's process to comply with the latest state legislative changes, requires the applicant for lane elimination repurposing to be a local government entity, municipality, or county, and provides more discipline and accountability within the process. For your information, I've provided each of you a copy of FDOT's overview of their changes, and you can find FDOT's entire updated guidebook on their website. Thank you.
Thank you. David Ballard Geddes Jr., and then after David would be Stacy Selanoa.
Hi, good afternoon. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Popperian falsification is defined as the method of manipulating research material or changing or omitting of data or construing of the process in an attempt to influence a justification in truth, whereas not accurately representing research, intending to formulate an improperly concluded synopsis in truth reflective of such manipulated data used to contrive a bias of truth is commonly called a Popperian falsehood. Karl Popper's principle of falsification is a truth that ultimately, using simple physics and geometry, proves itself later on to be a falsehood in future due time. For example, we the people, all men are created equal, yet in due time, as applied to Article 1, Section 2 of our current Constitution, the men composing we the people is one person out of every 30,000 inhabitants. We the people ultimately is a privileged and immune citizen of such as backlit and reflected under the 14th Amendment using time and physics. They are slowly formulating individual despotic water jurisdictions using our current Constitution as their bill of attainder and their form of reprisal. The rest of mankind, as deduced, Alexander Hamilton equates us as being equivalent to that of dogs in Federalist Paper 11, and us dogs, as process of the 14th Amendment, are literally being eaten alive in time. Our subsistence, our liberty, property, and life are all being eaten up as process thereof. Another example of Popperian falsification is Florida Supreme Court case 96332, which claims that the customer has unlimited use, non-restricted amounts of reclaimed water. Yet today we now see that smart meters are being installed at every residential home, and in the near future, using the reclaimed water variance application to waylay our consent, the government is ultimately intending to pump reclaimed water into our homes and charge us an annual user surveillance fee as based on Maloney's Water Code, Chapter 1, Section 13, soldiering us in our homes under the Third Amendment to inspect and monitor reclaimed water for things such as toilet flushing, allowing water despots and bashawas to soldier us in our homes and plunder us, attempting to justify their stronghold built up on a Popperian falsehood. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Stacy Salinano, Noah, sorry about that. And then Pamela LeClaire will be after Stacy.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacia Salanoa. I live at 5955 30th Avenue, South Gulfport, and I've been a resident of Pinellas County for almost 4 years and a resident of Florida for additional 5 years. I'm a volunteer with United Sovereign Americans, not a spokesperson. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today, I come to you as a concerned citizen sharing alarming information about our state's voter database uncovered through thousands of hours of research conducted by our highly qualified and credentialed data team. While the numbers are staggering and somewhat difficult to comprehend, one thing is clear: they don't add up. Just like your checkbook must balance, so must our votes. If you had 10,000 fewer dollars in your bank account than you had deposited, you would certainly want to know what happened. And if a company had that significant discrepancy in its books, the company would most certainly conduct an audit. In fact, yearly audits are required by law for all public companies. Our audit of the 2022 election, using only official data provided by state election officials, shows that the 2022 election may not have been accurate or legally compliant. We are not saying one candidate won over another or that any election should be overturned. The state's official data from a certified election shows that the votes as counted were not all valid and accurate under the law. This afternoon, we will present with you a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that apply. We are happy to meet with you to go over this information, including more detail about the specific findings. If you have questions that I cannot answer now, I will commit to getting you the answer in writing from the United Sovereign Americans executive team as soon as possible. This data and our request for an investigation have been shared with state election officials and law enforcement. It's essential that you, as our representatives, make it clear that these issues must be taken seriously. Today, we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution, ask questions if you have them, and then vote promptly for its passage. Your action on this resolution will illustrate your dedication and support to the concerns of your constituents and your country. Thank you. Our next three speakers will read the resolution in three parts, and our final speaker will conclude our presentation.
Thank you. The next person is Pamela LeClaire, and after Pamela LeClaire is Tony Venuto. We have asked in the past that we keep the applaud down just because we try to move this meeting along. But thank you. We encourage the enthusiasm, but we do like to get the meeting going along. So thank you, Pamela. Go ahead.
My name is Pamela LeClaire. I live at 2071 Forest Drive in Clearwater. I've been a resident of Pinellas County for 51 years. I'm a volunteer for United Sovereign America, but not an official spokesperson. Whereas it is recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have free and fair elections, and the right of suffrage can be denied by debasement or dilution of the weight of a citizen's vote, just as effectively by wholly prohibiting the free exercise of a franchise. Whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. Congress seeks to guard the election of members of Congress against any possible unfairness by compelling everyone concerned in holding up the election to a strict and scrupulous observance of every duty devolved upon him so while engaged. The evil intent consists in disobedience to the law, whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following four tenets of an election are upheld. 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. National Voter Registration Act of 1993. Votes counted must be from eligible voters, U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. The number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. There can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. Help America Vote Act 2002. Whereas an open source audit of the Florida 2022 general election conducted by Florida state citizens has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that violate both federal and state laws, including 564,926 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the Florida State Voter Roll Database, 117,171 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, 88,635 blank ballots, 145,309 more votes counted than voters who voted in the 2022 general election. No one knows who cast them. 205,744 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. Maximum allowable system errors for the 2022 general election in Florida was 62. Certification as denied by law and attestation of accuracy and compliance appear to have been fraudulent and illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. We got Tony, and after Tony is Maureen Ziles. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tony Venuto. I live at 10500 Village Drive, Seminole in Pinellas County, and I've been a resident of Florida for 3 years. I'm a volunteer for the U.S. Americans, not a spokesperson. Whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election. Accuracy is defined as the ability of the system to capture and report the specific selections and absence of selections made by a voter without error. Whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Certification of an election that varies from the law is an abridgment of the civil rights of the citizens, a fraud ab initio, quote, from time immemorial. An election to public office has been, in point of substance, no more and no less than the expression by qualified electors of their choice of candidates, unquote. Whereas Florida's 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protection of our natural rights under a government duly and provably chosen by we, the American people. The results were incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of the United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election, please, in which it upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of the law. 1, proof of citizenship, identity, eligibility to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. 2, voter rolls certified accurate and available for public review and challenge 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. 3, hand-marked secure ballots, similar to currency. Where imaging technology is used for tabulation, the security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention, regarding risk management, certification, testing, and implementation. 5, adjudication must be signed off by party, candidate, and trained citizen witnesses after being full and effective observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and CVRs. And 6, ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations, and systems, must maintain end-to-end chain of custody from voter to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maureen Zile, and after Maureen is Marianne Ortenzio. Maureen?
My name is Maureen Zillis.
Oh,
I
hi.
live at 8392 Meadowbrook Drive East in Largo, Florida, and I've been a resident of the state for 17 years. I'm a volunteer with United Sovereign Americans, not a spokesperson, and I will continue reading the resolution with number 7. A NIST-compliant, randomized, statistically valid, end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2, must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, bonded security, forensics, or financial auditors, not personnel from the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, CVRs, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. Number 8, if the total of the unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. Number 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Just obey the law. Be it resolved that the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners, Florida, stands in support with the concerns and remedies presented here. We implore the Pinellas County Legislature, Florida Legislature, federal legislators, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, and both state and county boards of elections to cooperate and fulfill these firm requests of the people. The signatories are Commissioner and Chairwoman Kathleen Peters, District 6, Commissioner and Vice Chairman Brian Scott, District 2, Commissioner Janet C. Long, District 1, Commissioner Charlie Justice, District 3, Commissioner David Edgars, District 4, Commissioner Chris Latvala, District 5, Commissioner Renee Flowers, District 7. Please be aware that both the resource sources and relevant laws are cited in endnotes within this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Marianne Ortenzio, and after Marianne, we have Chuck Tiffany.
My name is Marianne Ortenzio. I live in Pinellas County and have been a resident of Florida for 16 years. I am also a volunteer and not an official spokesperson with United Sovereign Americans. You just heard a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 election, from registration through certification. In it, you heard us ask for meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. In fact, the resolution cited many U.S. Supreme Court precedents that support the need for such actions. Laws are being ignored. Bottom line, the checkbook is not balancing, and we need certainty. The voting system, which controls our most vitally important right, the right to choose our representatives, is not producing an accurate, trustworthy result. Do you think that these anomalies within our election system, a system which is part of our national security infrastructure, should continue to be ignored? How much is it costing us not to fix the problem? How much is it costing our GDP, our military, our foreign policy, our health, and the self-esteem of our youth? And how much is it costing our dignity to keep fighting each other? The cost is immeasurable, so I urge you to show your agreement by passing the resolution. What you heard today is the culmination of thousands of hours of work by our highly qualified and credentialed volunteer data teams from Florida and across the country. Let's step back for a second and look at the big picture. Large numbers of Americans, including many right here in Florida, have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. I think we can all agree that we wish this was not the case, but official data shows us these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential in securing our liberty. At the same time, government representatives at all levels are not being transparent or responsive to what our citizen audits have found. Our right to choose our representatives in legally valid and transparent elections is the foundation upon which our constitutional republic was established. That right has been bravely protected over the past 2.5 centuries by the sacrifices of our families. You on this board today have a chance to show everyone who defended American liberty and the citizens you represent that you value it also by passing this resolution demanding a valid general election in 2024. Our website showcasing our initiatives nationwide has some extremely informative videos that explain the anomalies and apparent violations of law that are found here in Florida as well as in other states. The website is uniteforfreedom.com. That's unite4freedom.com. I encourage you to check it out and learn more about our organization.
Thank you. We have Chuck Tiffany, and then after Chuck is Ronald Walker. I know.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Chuck Tiffany. I'm a licensed contractor.
Move to the microphone just a little. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't planning on announcing I'm running for president of the United States, so to get in late. Let me start over. My name's Chuck Tiffany. I'm an electrical and building contractor for Clearwater, basic in Pinellas County, and I have a state license on electrical, and I am basically getting ready to retire. I just turned 70 the other day, and it's the energy's running out. But I've got a big problem with this Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board, which I would like to file a complaint against. These people don't answer anybody. We got into a big hassle over my inactive license, and I repeat, inactive license. The year before, the last time I renewed, I was a month late for 22 to 23. I was a month late. You had to pay a $100 fine. I didn't like it, but I did it and complied with that. Well, here come time to renew this current license, which I still haven't received. I got my electrical contractor's license from them, but my builder's license, which is on inactive, now the electrical is also, but at the time it was active. I got my builder's license held up by them, claiming, I kept talking, this went on for several months. I've got the postmarks here from the letter I finally received from them in March. I have got all kind of documentaries here. I want my license from this state, and I want something done. looked into this, because these people do not answer to anybody in there. They do whatever they want to do. I mean, this is like Putin's Russia or something, the way they run that place. And all they're after is money. And what started out was a $50 fine, or not a fine, but fee for the license. They've got up to almost $600. Well, the rate to reinstate, within every month that goes by, we add more and more and more to this. I want my license back, both this one for right now, for what time's left up to the end of this month, to show that I had it for the year. And I want next license, or this next year's worth of license on that. Now, the state has been, I have declassed, that's inactive, and the state is now, so I don't have to worry about dealing with them with the state. But they have been holding this, this has been going on. I mean, I'm ready to turn this into the Watergate of Pinellas County. All over what started as $50. I say anybody that wants a good example of the term government corruption, look at the Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board. Not you people. I have all the commission. I have all the confidence in the world in you guys.
Thank you.
And once again, I'm not running for president. So.
Thank you. Happy belated birthday. Ronald Walker.
Ron Walker, 7100 Olmerton Road, Largo. Folks, this is my 5th appearance before you since May 8th in my effort to convince you that you're being stolen from with 2 hands. Through 2023, the thieves have clipped you for $2,400,000, and the thieves' ambition is to steal $15 million over the next 10 years. If you'll cooperate with me, I'll produce irrefutable evidence showing who stole it, the date they stole it, and the amount they stole. If you'll allow me, then I will show you how we can recover the funds without a civil trial, without a criminal conviction. You can recover the stolen funds with little effort more than some phone calls and some letters. If any of you are interested in serving the people of Pinellas County in this matter, give me a call. Otherwise, have a terrific weekend, because the guys who have stolen from you, they're really going to have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all we have for public comment. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda, which are items 7 through 19. Does anyone have any items they'd like to pull? We have a motion from Commissioner Eggers and a second from Commissioner Latvala. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, passes unanimously. Oh, thank you, Renee. Passes unanimously. And then we're going to go on to Barry.
Item number 20.
Thank you.
This is demolition of a fire-damaged structure on a vacant property. Obviously, we'll seek reimbursement for the demolition through lien foreclosure.
We have a motion from Commissioner Long and a second from Commissioner Scott. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote.
Please log me as a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. She is a yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Item 21 is a funding agreement with Orlando Health. So we have 3 hospitals within our county program. This is one of 3 authorizations we'll seek that provide partial reimbursement for ambulatory and inpatient care for authorized clients.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Scott. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. Commissioner Flowers?
I'm a yes.
And she's a yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Number 22.
This is our annual agreement with the Sheriff's Office for our environmental lands deputies.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Scott. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk would bring up the voting card and members vote.
I'm a yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Number 23.
It's an amendment to the interlocal agreement for the creation of Pinellas County MPO for IA4 Pinellas. This expands the membership as outlined in your packet.
Okay. We've got a motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Justice. Any comments or questions?
I'm a yes.
The clerk could bring up the voting card. Members vote. Commissioner Flowers is a yes. I probably messed that up. That passes unanimously. We'll go on to number 24.
As previously presented and discussed, this is the fiscal year 2025 Lellman Community Redevelopment Area Work Plan. Seeking your approval.
Okay. We've got a motion from Commissioner Long. Second from Commissioner Justice. Question from Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just real quick, a reminder on the $500,000 set aside for land acquisition for public purpose. What was that project? I just drew a blank.
I'll let Amy come up and address that, please.
Amy Davis, Assistant to County Administration. Could you repeat your question? I know it was regarding the land acquisition.
$500,000 for the land acquisition.
Yeah, just what, I couldn't remember what that was for. What were you targeting, so?
So we're going to have that available so that it's in the work plan so that we can take advantage of an opportunity when we see it within the CRA. So it would be for things such as regional stormwater to promote redevelopment in a specific area such as the industrial park, or it could be for expanding green space. It just gives us the ability to be ready in action to be able to take advantage of an opportunity as it comes up.
And you'll bring that back to us when you have
Yes,
that.
if it's any significant, we would have to come back before.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote. Commissioner Flowers?
I'm a yes.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers says yes. That passes unanimously. Number 25.
And this is, similarly, this is the 2025 Lellman Community Redevelopment Trust budget.
We have questions or comments, discussion? Do I entertain a motion? Got a motion from Commissioner Justice, second from Commissioner Scott. No further discussion. If the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners vote.
I'm a yes.
And Commissioner Flowers is a yes. We are waiting on, who are we waiting on? Peters. Oh, gosh. How'd that happen? I pushed it. It's just not counting. Thank you. I'm looking at everyone going, who's missing? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Number 26.
Under item 26, I'm requesting authorization to file suit in the case that's listed here. This is to seek recovery of underpayment of charges related to ambulance transport.
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Any other questions, discussions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up their voting card and members vote. And Commissioner Flowers, you're a yes. That passes unanimously.
Yes, ma'am.
Any reports from the attorney?
No reports.
Okay, we'll move on to County Administrator.
Just two items, Commissioners. Just a reminder that you'll join your peers in Pasco and Hillsborough County for our Tri-County meeting on September the 27th at 9:30. So come a little early and there'll be some refreshments, but out at Ruth Eckert Hall to continue your deliberations with your peers across the region. The second thing is that starting on Saturday, there'll be several of our senior staff will be at the International City and County Managers Conference. So we'll be available by phone, but the office might be a little empty, so call us if you need.
We're going to move on to, that's all right, Barry?
That's it.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 29, and I have a fistful of public comment cards. My thought is because there are so many that we would move this to 2 minutes if anybody has an opposition to that. Any opposition to that?
No opposition at all.
No opposition, good. Okay, so for the speakers, instead of 2 minutes, we're going to give you 3 minutes, or not 3 minutes, instead of 3 minutes, we're going to give you 2 minutes. And we'll ask you to come up, state your name, and you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments about agenda item number 29. First up is going to be Ann Brown. After Ann Brown will be Elizabeth Olden, sorry. The-
To your left.
Or my right, your left?
It's okay. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Annie Brown, and I'm here to speak from a person with a disabilities perspective. I think it is vitally important for someone with a disability to serve on the board, to be an advocate and a voice for those of us with disabilities that face challenges each and every day concerning accessible transportation. I have personally benefited from the access and mobility on-demand programs provided by PSTA, and I believe if we have a board member with a disability that can speak to those needs and advocate and be a voice each and every day to help us live our best lives and have freedom of access throughout Pinellas County to get to our everyday activities, be it work, the grocery store, the bank, a doctor's appointment, or even meeting up with friends and family. Accessible transportation is something that we desperately depend on. We need reliable, user-friendly, safe ways to access transportation. That type of transportation helps us gain and maintain our independence. And with independence comes courage and self-confidence so that we can be a vital part of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Older, and next will be Dorian McKinnon.
My name is Elizabeth Olden, and I'm learning how to use this microphone. I'm here to support Gloria Lepic-Corrigan. She would be a great addition to the board of directors for PSTA. She is an excellent public speaker. She always participates in our track meetings, which are every month. She sees the big picture and how transit issues affect each other. Her questions are insightful and shows how much she understands transit. She has organized other disability advocacy endeavors. For example, we have a Saturday breakfast with MS Ladies. She organizes that and keeps us all involved. She has an internet blog with practical ideas on how to live with MS. She's always looking to help and support and give us all ideas about how to live with this disease. And I use the transit system as much as she does. We both use the buses and also access. We have a lot of experience. We aren't afraid to reach out to track or access with questions or concerns, but we also let them know when things go right. And if she's on the board, she's going to make things go even better. This is a short little speech. I got the invitation to do this morning, so just putting this together really quick, that's what I came up with. But she'd be a great addition to the board of directors, very supportive of the disabled, with good ideas and keeping us out in the community.
Thank you. Next up is Dorian McKinnon. After Dorian McKinnon is Stephanie Montour.
Hello, I'm Doreen McKinnon. I live at 6294 60th Avenue North,
and I'm here to ask you to vote to put Barb Hazelton on the PSTA board because she will support good common sense solutions for transit services, but without the overreach we have recently seen engaged in by PSTA. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Montour. Next up is Jody Armstrong after Stephanie. Armstrong, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Stephanie Montour. I live at 605 23rd Avenue North in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm a practicing veterinarian, and I'd like to endorse Barbara Hazelton to represent us on the PSTA board. I've known Barb for many years. I've lived in Pinellas County for 22 years, and as far as Barb would be a great addition, she's got a long time. She's a long-time resident, and she's also familiar with the PSTA. She's objective, and she's also a hard worker. I've seen her work on many, many projects, and her leadership skills, her leadership is excellent. So as far as I want to recommend her. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And next up is Jody Armstrong, and after Jody is Nicole Roberts.
Good afternoon. I'm Jody Armstrong. I live at 11555 64th Avenue in Seminole. I represent the Disability Achievement Center, which is the local center for independent living, as Director of Outreach, and I also chair the Pinellas County Council for Persons with Disabilities. I'm here to advocate for Gloria Leppick-Corrigan to have your vote to be placed on the PSTA board. Gloria has been a member of the Disability Achievement Center's Board of Directors for over 5 years. She was appointed in February of 2019. I serve with her as a member of the Pinellas Transportation Disadvantaged Local Coordinating Board. Gloria helped me on the beach access map project that has been ongoing for years. She is also engaged with the Pinellas County Council for Persons with Disabilities, offering advice and information. And she's an advocate for developing an ADA committee in the city of Clearwater. Gloria represents a unique opportunity for the board to have a person with a disability who not only uses the system, but is a very strong advocate for the system. Where generally the disability population is underrepresented, the PSTA ridership is overrepresented by persons with disabilities. Gloria is the voice. She is also a voice for seniors aging into disabilities who can no longer drive, and advocates for being able to share her message of positiveness of the transit system. Please select Gloria to be on the PSTA board. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Roberts, and after Nicole is Gloria. Is Nicole Roberts here? If you would announce, that would be great. Nicole Roberts. Okay. Then we'll go to Gloria Leppick. Hi, Gloria. Good to see you. And we've got a microphone coming to you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Gloria Leppick-Corrigan. I know I've met several of you. I've spoken with several of you. And I would like to ask for your vote to be on the PSTA board. What I've told several of you is that I've lived here in Pinellas 2 times. I lived down here in the 80s into the 90s when I worked for Eckerd Drugs. At that time, I was still walking and driving and, all of that situation. We moved away when we were making the decision after I retired from a career in the pharmaceutical industry. We purposely chose to come back to Pinellas County because with the tight population density we have here and the infrastructure, I knew that that would be very beneficial now that I had to be in a wheelchair because of my MS. I've been, in the 10 years since we've been back, as people mentioned, I've been involved with the PSTA Transit Riders Committee. I've been involved with several Forward Pinellas committees. I'm on the Disability Achievement Center, and more than that as well. it was interesting before when they had the police and the fire, and you were all talking about the value of those systems. To me, transit is like that too. Maybe you don't necessarily need it, but there are a lot of people that do. And having a good, and not just need it, but want it. It's a really, if you have a good, vibrant system, it brings people into the community. It brings younger people who choose not to have cars as well. And so I would like you to consider me because I represent a disability focus, but also I have a business background, so I'm not just talking about, oh, we need more and more and more. I understand the value of having cost-effective, solid systems, but I think I can bring that to this program. Yeah, and I'm a regular transit rider, so I talk to riders all the time. I talk to drivers. I'm very familiar with the system. So, thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Calvert, and after Sharon Calvert is Barbara Hazelton.
I'm Sharon Calvert. Again, I live in Tierra Verde. I'm here to ask you to appoint Barb Hazelton to the PSTA board as a citizen-appointed member. The PSTA board's responsibility is to provide proper oversight and governance to PSTA. It is not an advocacy position. Barb is the applicant who thoroughly does her homework and preparation and can immediately hit the ground running to provide that needed oversight as a new board member. PSTA board needs an independent citizen appointee, not a lobbyist or not another government employee as another board member on another taxpayer-funded organization, and not someone who was already a member of an existing PSTA committee or of TBARTA, who was a regional transit agency who was recently eliminated by the state legislature because they didn't want to fund it anymore as it had no record of success. So PSTA needs an independent citizen appointee with a new and fresh view who is outside the government, outside of special interest, outside of existing connections to PSTA and TBARTA, and Barb Hazelton is that independent citizen. Therefore, I urge you to please appoint Barb to the PSTA board. Thank you.
Thank you. And Barb is up next. And then after Barb, we're going to go to Zoom. So on Zoom, Halloy Bush, if she would get ready, and the clerk will be ready after Barb to call her up.
I want to speak into that too. Hi. So the rumor is, first of all, that I will support defunding PSTA, and there's absolutely no truth to that. I seek to be a voice to advocate for the 1.5% of the county residents who are dependent upon the good performance of PSTA, and for the people who pay for it, the taxpayers. As most of you know, others and I organized an opportunity for the citizens of Pinellas County to hear of the details of Greenlight 10 years ago and what they were going to be asked to vote upon, and to be given an opportunity to decide based on the facts and numbers and not just on sound bites and advertising by PSTA. The citizens voted against the proposal 62-38. However, I did not walk away from PSTA after that was over. I became so interested in transit. I never quit being keenly interested in PSTA Transit Agency. Even these years later, I continue to closely follow PSTA and to keep citizens engaged. If I am not attending the meeting, I am watching online. How things have changed over those 10 years. We live in a completely changing world due to technology, such as Amazon shopping online, taking the place of malls. I remember hearing Brad Miller say years ago that running a transit agency used to be so simple. Mainly all we do is pick up people and take them to the mall. Well, you can drive by Tyrone Mall anytime and see the same dynamics playing out as you see on the PSTA buses, near empty malls, near empty buses. I want to be a part of the solution to bring PSTA into the future. And I also want to mention, because I'm very touched by the people that came today, that, for instance, County Commissioner Kathleen Peters last night talked about her experience in Montreal. and how on the dedicated lanes in Montreal, they allow all transit to have access to that lane. And I think we can form another committee that is the disability committee, just like the track committee, that would serve to
Thank you, Barb.
represent these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for correction, that was not Montreal, it was Vancouver.
Vancouver.
Thank you. So next on Zoom, and there are 10 people on Zoom. So first up is Haley Bush.
Haley Bush, if you're in the Zoom application, can you please raise your hand so we can unmute you?
And after Haley is Domenico Ponterero.
Madam Chair, I don't see that Haley Bush has joined us. Domenico Ponteriero, can you please raise your virtual hand? We'll go ahead and unmute you. You have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address.
Hello, thank you. My name is Domenico Ponteriero. My address is 670 10th Avenue South, and I'm here to encourage the board to appoint Gloria Lepak Corrigan as a citizen representative position to the PSTA board. We need someone who understands the issues, who will favorably represent transit riders and the transportation disadvantaged. We need someone who actually uses our public transportation systems to lend the appropriate perspective that the board needs so that they can make the decisions that are right for the people of Pinellas County. And Gloria has put in the work. She's been on the PSTA advisory committee for 9 years. She's worked with Forward Pinellas MPO. She understands the issues, and she will know exactly how to parlay all of those issues together when she sits on the PSTA board. She is the best candidate for the position. So please elect Gloria Lepak Corrigan to the board. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. And next would be Audrey Everett, and after Audrey would be Mark O'Hara.
Audrey Everett, please raise your virtual hand in the Zoom application so that we can unmute you. Madam Chair, I don't see that Audrey Everett has joined us.
Okay, then Mark O'Hara, and after Mark O'Hara would be Paige Shepard.
Mark O'Hara, go ahead when we unmute you, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Peters and members of the commission. Mark O'Hara, 1718 42nd Street South. I am also the track chair at PSTA. Thank you for letting me join you today via Zoom and speak regarding the appointment of a Pinellas County citizen to the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority Board of Directors. Commissioner Cox, the incumbent, has been a great asset to the PSTA Board of Directors, providing insight that many other board members may not experience, using paratransit and mobility on-demand services. When you vote today for his replacement, I encourage you to select a candidate who best follow in Commissioner Cox's footsteps, Gloria Lepak Corrigan. I am honored to know Gloria through our work together on track, our passion for regional transit alternatives, and most importantly, as a friend. Gloria is my predecessor as track chairperson, and she is my role model when guiding our meetings. During Gloria's tenure as track chair, the STAR Award was created to recognize municipalities, developers, and business owners for transit-oriented and inclusive planning. Gloria's advocacy for disabled and wheelchair-bound persons has been recognized by the City of Clearwater local news agencies. All of these qualifications solidify that Ms. Lepak Corrigan is the ideal citizen for the appointment. After reviewing the application for citizens for this position, I had concerns that the commission may be inclined to choose an applicant that has expressed anti-transit views and developed anti-transit political action committees. This seat and appointment should be above politics and bestowed on the citizen that will not only scrutinize the work of PSTA, but also be their cheerleader and actually use the system. Many of you on the commission are currently on the PSTA Board of Directors or recently served on that board. I come to your meetings monthly. I know how important each and every vote you take is. For PSTA to continue being the #1 transit agency in the county, the Pinellas County citizen representative must be occupied by the most qualified applicant, Gloria Lepak Corrigan.
Thank you, Mark. Next up is Paige Shepard, and after Paige is Christian Ulrich.
Paige Shepard, can you please raise your hand in the virtual hand in the Zoom application? Madam Chair, I don't see that Paige Shepard has joined us today.
Okay, so it would be Christian Ulrich, and after Christian Ulrich would be Peter Ray.
Kristen Ulrich, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kristen Ehrlich, and I am a tax attorney. I live at 2386 Granada Circle West, and I would like to support Gloria Lepic Corrigan, whom I also know as a fellow member of the Forward Pinellas BPAC. As many of you know, we are experiencing a dramatic shift in Pinellas County, not only in our tremendous pace of population growth, but also our cost of living. Therefore, I ask the board to consider the position of candidates before you today and whether they have a holistic approach to transit and their views that align on this unprecedented time in our county, how they can push us to tackle problems we have never before experienced. We need to think about issues not only related to simple points from how to get to A from B on a map, but also issues of public health and economic growth and how it relates to transit. The price of purchasing a car, car insurance, homeownership, and insurance are putting pressure on citizens. And even those who were once economically secure are now facing hard choices of whether they can afford to stay in Pinellas County and spend their hard-earned dollars here. Reducing the need for a car can be one of those factors that drives a decision to be able to stay in their home or save for their future. And it even trickles down to smaller things related to whether you can afford to go to the movies or whether the driving cost and parking there will be prohibitive. Research supports the notion that public transit, particularly buses, can be transformative for communities. According to the CDC, reliable public transit can both significantly increase mental as well as physical health. The reduction of stress, pollution, and outdoor physical movement are large contributing factors. Further, public transit thoroughly planned can lead to economic and industry growth. We can see these ideas currently at work at the contemplated IMIX district in the city of St. Petersburg. Rapid busing transit will be an integral part of keeping and maintaining workers in the district. Based on my research and the track records related to transit and innovative thinking, I would like the board to consider Gloria Lepic Corrigan. She has a track record of active involvement in transportation.
Thank you. Next up is Peter Ray, and after Peter is Paula Swain.
Peter Ray, go ahead when you're unmuted. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I have been coming down to Pinellas County for over 70 years, and my family has always had a place down here. And relatively recently retired down here. I've grown to know Gloria Lepic Corrigan from my recent involvement both with Fort Pinellas and with PSTA. And I've worked on a lot of boards. But Gloria comes there with good questions, good research, very articulate at being able to delve into issues, questions, possibilities. I would say not only does she represent disabilities in my experience, but everybody that can benefit from transit in a better environment. I know from my younger family members that a lot of younger people that are attracted to this area would love to see alternatives to relying on a car to get around the city and the county. I just can't say enough for Gloria and her wisdom and her ability to be diplomatic with people and to do her hard work and research beforehand. And I would really just urge the commissioners to put Gloria on the board. She is just great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Paula Swain, and after Paula is Brandon Soto.
Paula Swain, go ahead, state your name and address when you're unmuted. Ms. Swain?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I have low vision. I am the client. I use the service and have absolutely understood everybody ahead of me's discussion about perspectives. This is a multi-complex level when you're talking about canes in use, dogs in and out, when you have wheelchairs, when you can't see that you got dropped off in a parking lot versus at an address. I mean, there are a variety of safety issues, health issues, mental health issues. The speakers are so well versed. I'm so proud of our community. My name is Paula Swain. I live at 3076 Eastland Boulevard, Clearwater, Florida. I've lived in the Pinellas County area for 58 years, and I wasn't blind in the beginning either. But things change, and they're changing in our booming baby boomer environment right now. So from the fact that I cannot see, I have my comments on
Talkback on.
TalkBack,
Mail.
which is
PSTA 3 minutes comments in pager. Good afternoon, commissioners. So, I am a visually impaired adult who relies on the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority, PSTA, services to maintain my independence and actively participate in our community. For all the PSTA writers, please accept our thanks and gratefulness for helping us live with grace and dignity by working with us. Today, I am here to express my strong support for Gloria's candidacy for a seat on the PSTA board.
when she says PSTA, that's PSTA. Please accept my apologies for not having that in English.
Firstly, representation and advocacy. Gloria, as a person with disabilities, brings invaluable firsthand experience and understanding of the challenges faced by individuals who depend on PSTA services. Her insights are not just theoretical, they are lived experiences that can lead to more inclusive and effective policies. Secondly, community engagement and inclusion. Gloria is an active and dedicated member of our community. Her involvement demonstrates her unwavering commitment
Thank
to
you.
improve public
Can you
transportation for all.
disconnect that one?
I'm trying to unmute. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Wayne, we appreciate your participation. Next up is Brandon Soto, and after Brandon is Joanne Zucker.
Brandon Soto, if you're joining us on Zoom, can you please raise your virtual hand in the Zoom application? Madam Chair, I don't see that Brandon Soto has joined us.
How about Joanne Zucker?
Joanne Zucker, please raise your virtual hand in the Zoom application. We'll go ahead and unmute you. Ms. Zucker, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Joanne Zucker. My address is 6950 US 19 North Tarpon Springs. I am speaking on two parts. One, as an employee of the Lighthouse of Pinellas and as a person with a vision impairment myself who utilizes PSTA access and mod. I am supporting Gloria, I can't, Corrigan, what is it, Lipik? Sorry for the mispronunciation. I did some research and found out that Gloria, not only having a disability and understanding us, but she is that connection for the community to PSTA. I'm sure that her decision making will be all inclusive of everyone, disabled or not. And I think because of some major changes happened by PSTA, which significantly reduces the opportunity for those with disabilities to travel within the community as needed for both work and personal daily living things, that Gloria would speak up on our behalf and support us. I know that these cuts do affect us, and we, as contributing members of society who also pay taxes and support the economy of this county, do need to be represented. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. So that's all we have in public comment. So I think since Jewel, you had a comment. I want to go to you first.
I did send out an email last night to all of you regarding the candidates. I knew there was a good bit of interest being generated in this particular appointment, so I went back and took a very careful look at this agenda item, and in reviewing it and the special act for PSTA that sets forth certain qualifications and also disqualifiers. The special act is very clear. It says no person who is an officer or employee of any city or of the county in any capacity except elected officials shall be an appointed member of the authority. And you do have an individual on your ballot that was not marked as an eligible, but in my reading of the special act is in fact not eligible for the appointment, and that would be Mark Griffin. It states on his application that he is employed by Gulfport as a planner.
All right, so we have numerous qualified candidates. Does anyone want to have any discussion? Commissioner Latvella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This did spark quite a bit of interest, and I'm glad it did. And there, as you mentioned, there are several good candidates that have applied, one of which I will mention. I will be appointing to a board next month to the LPA, and that is Mr. Brito. Who is a wonderful gentleman that lives in Largo. And, you know, one of the speakers mentioned that an applicant had anti-transit views, which I hope that he will inform me or explain to me at the next PSTA meeting what having anti-transit views means, because I have no idea what that is. In 2018, the county commission replaced someone who I think was qualified with a different choice that they had, and which was their prerogative. They replaced a conservative businessman with somebody who was not a conservative businessman. That was their prerogative. It's our prerogative to appoint who we want to appoint. My choice is Ms. Hazelton. 10 years ago, she led an effort to oppose a tax in our county. I don't think that should be held against her for being a conservative. I don't think it should be held against her that she opposes taxes. Yesterday at PSTA, we reduced the millage rate in a vote that was 11 or 12 to nothing. I've met with Barb 2 or 3 times during my time as a board member the last 2 years. We've had 2 or 3 meetings, and at none of those meetings, and I'll tell you that Barb's a friend of mine, we don't always agree on every issue. She probably thinks I'm too moderate in some areas, as some people believe, but at none of those 2 or 3 meetings has Barb ever told me that she was in favor of defunding PSTA. And we've had frank discussions. I don't believe that she is going to would defund PSTA. So that's hogwash. You know, she is a conservative, as I mentioned, but the same people that said that she's going to defund PSTA said that Commissioner Scott was going to abolish PSTA because he owned a bus company as soon as he got on the board. That has not happened. I doubt very seriously that will happen. And so, you know, I think that's just, you know, fear-mongering because people don't want a conservative business person on PSTA that understands, you know, what to look for in budgets and other things. You know, Barb has attended dozens and dozens of PSTA meetings. And so I don't think that her conservative views or her anti-tax record should in any way, you know, be looked down. But she's the person that I will be proudly supporting. Thank you.
Anyone else have comments or discussion? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's rare that we have this much interest in any board appointment. So the fact that we have so many good candidates is really a good place for us to be. And you know, there's some great names, great candidates on there, and I'm sure they will all do a wonderful job, regardless of who ultimately gets the appointment. One name stood out for me, which was Jim Holton, who was a former chair of TBARTA, and with all the regional discussions we're having right now with you know, potentially merging the MPOs, Brightline coming to Tampa, expansion of Tampa International as well as St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. I just think he would bring a lot of experience and an interesting perspective to the PSTA board, so I just throw that out there for everybody's consideration.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to share. I want to make 2 points, and then I'll share with who I'm going to support. I just want to make a point that, number one, TBARTA was not defunded. T-Barter was never funded. And so I just want to make that correction because sometimes when persons are listening to our meetings, they may hear things and take them as factual when perhaps they just need to be clarified. So I want to share that. And I also want to share that while it is not a requirement for anyone to be a person with some form of disability, no matter what that form is, versus not, I think that all aspects should and could be represented on any of the boards and commissions that we have, because it just really demonstrates our community as a whole and what makes up our county. I am going to vote for, so you all could write this down, for Gloria. I believe that it is pertinent to have someone who actually utilizes the bus system on a very regular basis. I believe that the information that they can bring to that board about their issues, concerns, or transportation needs for persons with disabilities is critical to the growth and development of our county and the expansion of our county. I believe that Gloria's resume shows that she does have a modicum of business sense and that she would be making decisions accordingly. And I believe that she would represent the county very well on that board. I would have to concur with Commissioner Scott. Mr. Holton was he was a very good person to work with on T-Barter, and I really liked him and developed a good relationship with him. But I would have to, in this instance, if you could note my vote, it would be for Ms. Gloria. And I want to say thank you to everybody who applied, because these are non-paid positions, they're volunteer roles, and it takes a lot of your time to go to your committee meetings and to participate in your board meetings. And yes, there is a form of advocacy. You are advocating for public transportation so that those who don't have a car, don't want a car, or whatever the case may be, they can move throughout the county. And for those employers who are moving here that are looking for ways for their team members to be able to go throughout the county. So that's who I'll be supporting and voting for. And good to see you guys. I have good information to bring back to you, but thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thanks, Commissioner Flowers. Any other comments or discussion? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard comments earlier about people saying this and people, I don't know who all those people are. They're not saying any of that to me. I don't know who they're talking to. And I never heard that about Commissioner Scott prior in his appointment. I haven't heard that about Ms. Hazelden. So maybe I'm just not going to the right meetings to hear that conversation. And I don't ask if a person is conservative or liberal or NPA or Democrat when we're looking at all these positions. I don't know what any of the registration of any of these folks are. And there are a lot of good people on there. And this is nice. We have so many boards that we appoint to where we have to beg and really cajole people. And there's so many qualified folks on here. So I do want to thank all those for applying. I think the thing that stands out about my choice, Ms. Lepic-Corrigan, is that board is full of politicians. It's full of people that represent cities and counties, and the great majority don't use the bus, don't use the services provided by the entity that they're serving on the board of. So to have one person who is uniquely qualified, and I served on PSTA very briefly several years ago, and she was there always reporting on the citizen experience, about the rider experience. And to have that perspective, I think, on the board would be invaluable, and that's why I'm supporting her.
Anyone else? Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to try to relive the past, but I can remember when, not this commission, but when the commission removed Brian from that role. I think the best commissioner on that board that we've had and still have, because not only of his thought process, but also the fact that he brings industry experience and he brings worldwide perspective to transportation. And I have no idea still to this day why that happened. And so, yeah, I was not happy at all about that, and felt all of a sudden that things had become political on this kind of appointment, and I didn't like that. I'm a firm believer a thinking outside the box. I'm a firm believer in fiscal conservatism, so I like the fact that we have some of those that are applying. There are a number of folks on that board that have their own vision, thought process, whatever, for what PSTA should be. And for me, it's about using taxpayer dollars in the right way to get people from point A to point B. And it may be bus lines, it may be direct access, it may be a whole lot of different things. But even today, PSTA looks different than it did 5 years ago. And it will continue to evolve, and we need people like that. I'm going to be supporting Barb Hazelton because she continues to challenge the system. And to me, we don't have enough people that continue to challenge the system. Having said that, I do want to thank all of the folks that apply. We have some really good people, and I'm a really big fan of Gloria Corrigan as well. I've worked with her before. She's a just incredible person with great insight. And so anyway, just for the record, and again, other good people on this list as well. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, Commissioner Long.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. For all of the reasons that Commissioner Justice has already spoken to, I am going to support Gloria because I think she brings a perspective to the board that has never been there before. As a lot of you know, I've served on PSTA for 11 years and really came to appreciate the importance of the transit system that we have here in Pinellas County. And I know that Gloria would be an asset simply because there is no voice on the board for the disabled. And we're supposed to be representing everyone. And I think it's an invaluable opportunity for our county and for PSTA. So thank you.
Any other comments, discussion? So I got a clarification for Jewel on this vote. I think we've had some appointments where it was just whoever got the most votes, but is there a majority that has to happen on this?
I think we really should be trying to get to a majority on all of these votes. I know that we've seen ballots before where you've kind of gone back and forth until you whittled the field down enough that it kind of forced that. But I really think for all of your appointments, I know that we've had this debate in the past and may not have always done this. You really should be doing it by a majority vote, which means 4 of you.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, are you ready? I have to say, I'm so impressed with the candidates. I mean, there are so many really, really qualified candidates here, and I think for the first time, I've had a really, really difficult decision on making an appointment.
And for the record, we did, Commissioner Flowers, mark a ballot for you with your stated choice.
Thank you so much.
And I will tell you the decision that I had made. I spoke at length with Brad and with Debbie when we were talking about the budget, so he's not going to be surprised when he sees how I voted. Thank you.
The board has selected Barbara Hazelden with 4 votes.
Gloria, I'm sorry. I really am sorry, Gloria. We just had so many great candidates. It just, wow. We're going to go on to, and congratulations to Barb. We're going to go on to number 30. And Jewel, I think you had something you wanted to say about that one?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that the agenda does say that this is an individual appointment by Commissioner Peters, but this is in fact a vote by the board as a whole And again, the relevant language from the act, which I did include in the email when I emailed you yesterday. 4 members shall be appointed by the Pinellas County Commission from its membership. So that is an appointment by the board as a whole.
So I spoke to Brad about this a couple of weeks ago, and he said it's the understanding that the city and the county, and I don't know where all this stands, but the city and the county always do their appointments in December, January, to start for calendar year, and this happens all the time, but it's always assumed that he was appointed for calendar year. And even though it went up in October, it's always been understood it's a calendar year. So it's really to continue, Brian, to continue in that spot. It's Brian's spot for that calendar year because we always vote again in December. So, so I would look for a motion to continue to have Brian finish that term until January when new appointments come up.
Move approval.
Commissioner Flowers did a motion to approve. A second from Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting card, members vote. Commissioner Flowers? And she's a yes. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Latvala is a yes. We have to go back on the agenda to item number 23. There were 2 parts to item number 23. We did one part with adopting the plan, and I see Whit over there, and what we forgot was the second part. According to the new language in the law, we have to appoint 4 commissioners to start in January onto the board. They don't want to wait until we make our decision in December. So by October 7th, by law, we have to submit to the state who the new appointees will be. You know, that was always kind of the chair always named 4 people, but I didn't do that this time. So we have Commissioner Eggers currently on Forward Pinellas. We have Commissioner Long currently on Forward Pinellas, correct? And we have Commissioner Scott on Forward Pinellas. Based on the law, we have to have 4. So starting in January, Commissioner Long will no longer be here, so we need to fill 2 spots. I'll tell you, I'm very interested. I personally would like to do that. I've always wanted to learn more about that part of county government, and I haven't. And so I would look to have 1 more, or we can submit 4 names, and if you want to, you could put a caveat that we could redo this again in December, but we have to submit 4 names if you want to wait till the election is over. I'm going to put this out to discussion on how you want to handle that.
This is Renee. I'd be interested in serving.
Commissioner Flowers is interested. So all right, so any other discussion? Commissioner Long.
I think it would be wise to wait until after the election to appoint the last person, because there may be someone that, what, are you shaking your head?
Yeah, the problem is
if I can share, and I'll let Whit correct me if anything has happened since he and I had this discussion. The direction from the state was that there was a looming deadline to make these appointments, and if they would not extend that deadline for us. It was requested that they extend the deadline to make the appointments, given the upcoming elections. They did not. Okay. So there is a possibility the state of Florida would step in and make your 4 appointments for you. So I recommend you go ahead and make those appointments.
We don't want that to happen.
And so, Jewel, could we make 4 appointments with a caveat that we would revisit it after the election? And then,
I mean, I think that would be fine, particularly if you're going to have Commissioner Long continue. I mean, that's obviously going to have to be
well,
filled
this would only start January. This would
Okay.
it wouldn't interfere except for I don't know when they meet in November and December. But this would be starting January. It wouldn't be starting now.
I think it would be fine to change. I will defer if Whit has any alternate information. Generally speaking, on your boards, though, I think that it would be fair to be able to trade, some folks out, and you do that pretty regularly at the calendar year.
Okay.
Thank you, Whit Blanton.
Madam Chair, I'll be more than happy to trade out if one of the new people want to come on board and they desire to serve.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Whit Blanton's going to explain some details to us.
I just wanted to point out a little bit that you already have your appointment through the end of the year. We recognize everybody through the end of the year. So it's really just appointing for the next year. And it's just good practice to get it in by the deadline. And if you want to change that after the election, that's your prerogative.
Okay. So my thought is if the majority of you want to have the option for the incoming chair to make changes in December, But in the meantime, we can give him a slate of 4 people, and then if the chair wants to continue that slate, great. If he wants to change it with the new people that, we know definitely one new person, then that would be, so if we have a motion, let's be clear if that's what you all want.
Did Commissioner Flowers, did I hear, did she say she did want to do?
She did want to do it,
Okay.
but she'd be flexible if it was changed later. Right, correct, Commissioner Flowers, is that what I heard?
I would like to make a motion that we move forward with the slate of 4 who have been named today, with the caveat that, based on any potential new members that may come on board, as well as the new chair, that new chair be given the latitude to make changes.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers, could you name the 4?
The 4 would be, Madam Chair, Kathleen Peters, Commissioner, Brian Scott, Commissioner Dave Higgins, and Commissioner Renee Flowers.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any more discussion? Okay, so this could change in January, but Whit has the information he'll need. So should I do an all in favor vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we've got a slate for you. You can send that to the state, and then when it's the chair's turn to make those decisions, he can leave it or change it. Okay, great. So thank you, Commissioner Flowers.
Again, I just want to repeat that again, that should things need to change, for the incoming chair, I have absolutely no problem with being flexible in that. So it won't be an issue or a big conversation.
Great. And as long as I've got you talking, and I know you're at a FAC meeting, I believe, and I know you're doing hard work up there, so keep up the good job, good work. So we're going to move on to new business, so I'm going to let you go first, and that way if you want to scoot, you can go. And we'll see you again at 6 o'clock, I think.
No, I'll just wait and give a full report at the next meeting, so I won't belabor anything today.
Okay. All right. Are you going to be at the 6 o'clock meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. So we'll go on then to Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not even sure where I am today, but a couple of neat events in the last week that I've been able to attend. I spoke yesterday at the Pinellas County Historical Society Annual Awards, or Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon at Heritage Village, and just a great group of folks who work hard to do a lot of neat things at the park there, to maintain, to do the programming and the events and everything. So it's just a great time celebrating the volunteers there. And then I was invited to attend the topping off ceremony for 400 Central Avenue in St. Petersburg. And they take you up to in this case, I think it goes to 42 or 46, but they take you to 38th, which is kind of the last finished floor where they are. But the elevators are not in yet, so they take you on these construction, they call them joists outside. And I never really had a fear of heights before, until that rickety little thing carries you up 38 floors. But anyway, the views from there are incredible. The facility is going to be great in downtown St. Pete, 4th and Central there. It was home of First Union National Bank back in the 90s, where I worked a long time ago. But anyway, that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to swing over to Commissioner Latbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as was mentioned, we had our PSTA meeting last night, and they honored a very special bus operator, and I apologize in advance on his name, Jalal Puchun, I believe. And I believe he has been an operator for 19 years. But in late August, and those of you that were there can help me with this story, but in late August, around 9:30, he's driving near Countryside Mall, and he notices a very young footsteps. And it was a toddler who was by himself, and I don't believe they said his age, other than very young child, toddler that was by himself, was not wearing shoes, stopped his bus, and gets out, and the baby toddler sees him and starts running in the opposite direction. And Mr. Pachoon then tries to run after him to catch him and says, please stop. And the baby turns around, sees him, and then runs towards him and literally jumps in his arms. And he gets back on his bus. He said there was 8 or 9 passengers, and he tells the passenger, sorry, but you can't get where you're going until the police come. And he calls the operator, his bus operator at PSTA, and 10 minutes later, Clearwater PD shows up to get the baby. And as they said last night, the baby was reunified with his mother. But Countryside Boulevard, as you know, is a very busy road, and it's right near US 19. And at 9:30 at night in August, heaven knows what could have happened to that young baby had Jalal not taken action. And so I just wanted to recognize him and the fine folks at PSTA for going above and beyond. So that is very much appreciative. But things that I've done lately, the Pinellas Education Foundation had a Change Makers Breakfast. There was the Hope Villages Gala last week. On Commissioner Scott on 9/11, he climbed a bunch of stairs. I did not do that. I did something more appropriate for myself, and that was passing out cookies to police and fire stations. The majority of the supply made it to their destinations. But what was really neat, and I went to fire stations and police stations in Largo and Clearwater, and what was really neat was at more than one location while I was there, other people showed up to give baked goods and show their appreciation to our first responders on 9/11. I had a JWB budget meeting. Our club opened up a new facility in Clearwater, and they had a ribbon cutting, which those at 10 o'clock during the day are a lot of fun. CMA had a Manatee Rehab Center grand opening that I participated in. Amplify Clearwater had their Stellar Awards last week. This past Saturday, we had the YAC orientation, and I understand that Commissioner Long is going to be at our elections at our next meeting to help count the votes. We've had a record number of students, and there are some kids that are interested in running for office this year. So as part of your duties, you can help facilitate the election.
Did anyone tell me that?
You mentioned that at the last meeting, so I've signed you up to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get you the information.
Well, that's all I'm looking for.
Yeah. And then yesterday I took a tour of Yo Mama's Foods in Clearwater, which is a very fast growing company in Clearwater. They're located in North Greenwood. They're the #1 distributor on Amazon for pastas in the world. They distribute to 11 countries, or pasta sauces. They distribute to 11 countries. They are rapidly expanding. They have all kinds of sauces and whatnot. But the concept is that they make everything out from what would be in your mom's pantry. So it's all like healthy stuff.
Hopefully.
Which is something I need to try. But that is my report. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Thanks for bringing that story up from last night. That was really a cool story. And, anybody, one of the commissioners sitting next to me said he, misplaced a child for 10 seconds and panicked. Yeah, I can only imagine the family and what they went through. But I don't know how you get all these food gigs, why they pick you. Anyway, I just want to comment on the 9/11 ceremony up at Curlew Hills. It was just incredible. They always do a great job, and the speaker was the operations manager that day, and he was responsible for sending a lot of folks out and back, and obviously losing a lot of people. But it was, again, just a great job, and Keenan Knopke continues to just amaze me. He's got a beautiful replica of the Twin Towers in the back, and that's where they have the ceremony. And that night and the night before, they lit up. Just really an emotional thing. But I'm so glad that they continue to make sure that we don't forget. Some young people doing essays there. They were probably 10 and 12 years old. Of course, they weren't alive. You have to almost be 30 years old to have memories of that day, and it's just amazing how fast time. It goes. Anyway, it was really good. I finished my. I've gone to all the FIXA advisory board meetings. It took me a few months to get it finished, and it's a different perspective than at the FIXA meeting. So you get. But it was very good. This was on Palm Harbor Rec, and they've got their challenges. We've had parking challenges since I've been on the commission, and they're working on some things up there, and still working through a lot of different issues. But appreciated being invited to the the East Lake Recreation this past couple weeks. We had a Tampa Bay Water meeting. The only thing I will say is that the thing that always makes folks nervous is what's the level of the reservoir. The reservoir holds about 15.5 billion gallons of water, and they hope that it's always full by the first week of October. And because of the drought, and because our desal plant was offline for the last year, will be coming online in this October. We were down in May and June to almost 2 billion gallons in that. And we're starting to get a little bit concerned about, it's really our shock absorber in the system. So if we need extra water, well, with the rain in the last couple of months that we've had upstream, so to speak, we're approaching almost 12 billion gallons, and on track to hit 15 by the end of the month, which means we'll be where we need to be as we head into the quote-unquote typical dry season. Hopefully everything's kind of behind us. So anyway, that was good. Had a Palm Harbor Main Street meeting last night. We've been doing so much work in Palm Harbor over the years, getting our strategic plan updated and trying to figure out that next step forward. And Commissioner Scott had raised the idea of Main Street, and we started looking at that, looking at other alternatives. And they got together last night. We probably had about 25 people in the meeting, all ages. It was well represented, a lot of interest in being on that. I think they established a 10-member board. Christina Garcia is going to be the new chairman of that board. The name will be Palm Harbor Main Street, so they have a name as well. And they'll be doing the work that needs to be done to move the agenda forward. And they've been doing all kinds of things the last couple years, and I really want to just take my hat off to Nancy McKibben, who's been the lead person. Tom Almonte's been up there at just about every meeting as well, trying to get energized, get a group energized, and how we're going to implement some of the thoughts and concerns that they have. So I'm really, really proud of the work that they are getting to. So that was great. This Friday, which is tomorrow, we have a TMA meeting, which we'll be talking. It's the regional group, 3 members from Pinellas County, 3 from Pasco, 3 from Hillsborough, talking about that expanding MPO, the merged MPO, getting into some of those details. So another step towards trying to get that lined up and ready to go in 26. That's probably the target year. And then I just wanted to take my hat off to this commission, Barry, for working extremely hard to make sure that we implement these tri-county meetings. It's amazing how long we tried to get them going and couldn't get anywhere. And the pandemic probably helped a little in that the administrators got to talk to each other on a daily basis almost. They got to know each other well. But this commission was dedicated to it, and I really applaud all of you for doing it. It's extremely important. I know we're going to be talking about Tampa Bay Water at that. We're going to be talking about the merged MPO concept, among other things, but just really proud of this commission for moving that forward. It's extremely important that on certain things we sing from the same music. So anyway, that's the last thing I had, and I just wanted to thank you, Madam Chair. A great meeting, by the way, at the early part with all the presentations. That was really good.
Thank you, and thank Della for a lot of that.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Thank you,
Long?
Della.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my time since we met last has been meeting with people who are suddenly very interested in having a conversation about what the next chapter of my life is going to be or look like. And so that has caused me to do a lot of self-reflection of my own. But I do have a brand new great grandson coming right about the time I'm leaving the county commission, and my granddaughter has informed me that I will not be bored. So I think she has plans for me and the new great-grandson. So I'm looking forward to that. And there was something else I was going to share with you, and it's gone right out of my mind. So if it comes back, I'll...
If it comes back, then we'll go back to it.
Thank
All
you.
right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple Saturdays ago, the foursome of Burton and Scott played in the county golf tournament at Chichi Rodriguez Golf Course, and we did just absolutely tear it up. I mean, we couldn't, between the four of us.
That's a literally.
Yeah, right. We couldn't make 3-foot putts between the four of us. So, but it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I want to thank Becky Gonzalez for BTS for organizing that. It's a lot of work for her to do that. She was up here earlier today, with BTS accepting an award. So I want to thank her for that. Commissioner Lavelle and I spoke at the Pinellas County Young Republicans Club a week or so ago. So that was a lot of fun. Let's see, we've had,
No laws were broken.
No laws were broken. No, we kept everything, above board there. Had board meetings before Pinellas and Tampa Bay Water, and Commissioner Eggers touched on a lot of Tampa Bay Water, and we've been able to put, because of all the rain, 200 million gallons a day into the reservoir. I mean, you just think about that. That's just unbelievable. So every 5 days, we're putting 1 billion gallons into that reservoir. So that's just unbelievable. And we did have some discussion about, what does it look like if we had another reservoir? As the region grows, to have another water savings account. So those discussions are kind of taking place as well. I was honored last Friday to share some remarks and be at the groundbreaking of the Dansville Community Park. So that was really great. Thank Barry and all the staff for organizing that. And really nice to meet with David Baldwin and his family. It was his grandfather that bought the 80 acres and created the 80 homes back in 1946 that created the Danville community. So it was it's just such a great community, and to be there and be able to talk to them just added so much meaning to that whole ceremony, and to see what that park is going to mean to that community was just really pretty special. I also attended last week the Pinellas Legislative Delegation meeting that was really focused on the arts, and a lot of speakers just talking about how the governor's vetoes of the arts, how it really affected them. I also went to Lellman Fire District earlier this week and presented 5 challenge coins to the 5 firefighters that saved a 16-year-old boy from dying. There was a structure fire, house that was on fire, and there was a 16-year-old boy that was in the bedroom, and they went in and saved him. So that was August 24th, I believe it was. Also visited Saving Our Seniors in Pinellas Park. They provide medical equipment and deliver fresh produce to our seniors in need. Chaired the Historic Preservation Board yesterday, and then joined Commissioner Eggers for the Palm Harbor Main Street. And again, I also want to thank Nancy McKibben and Tom Almonte for really just corralling that group and just getting them together to just get that thing kicked off. So I think that's going to do some great things for Palm Harbor down the road. And then, of course, as Commissioner Lavella mentioned, on 9/11, I climbed a lot of stairs, and as you know, I had challenged Commissioner Lavella to stair climbing. So it started at 8:30, and, you know, I looked around at 8:30 and I didn't see him, so I figured he was probably just finding a parking spot or something. So I figured I'll wait till about 8:40. And I didn't see him there, so I said, well, I guess I'll just kind of get started. And I even got up extra early that morning so I could go for a run first, so I could make sure he had a fighting chance, you know? And, but anyways, he didn't show up, and I'm assuming that maybe he thought it was October 11th and not September 11th. So just so you know, if you go there October 11th, I won't be there. So that is the end of my report.
Okay, Commissioner Long, you remembered.
I did, and I'm sorry that I was so remiss, but I wanted to offer my personal congratulations and just great affection for Dr. Renee Flowers,
Oh,
who
you're
received
taking my,
her
you're taking
doctorate
my
degree.
speaking points
I'm
away.
so proud of you, Renee, and I'm sorry you're not here today, but good for you.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Flowers, I want to congratulate you that as well. And we do have a gift for you. And when you come back, we'll be celebrating with you. And we do have a gift for you. So, and yeah, I see it. I know you want to get back to your committee. If you want to go get back to the conference, go ahead. Bye-bye. So PSTA, I don't have to talk about it anymore. It was mentioned, I was in Vancouver with Global Tampa Bay, which is really pretty new. I recommend you check out their website. And we actually one day maybe have them come in and we can play the video for them. We did make a really good regional effort. So our economic development team in Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas are working together for economic development. This was one of the first trips they took together for a trade mission. Mayor Welch and Mayor Rector and Mayor Castor from Tampa were with us. Commissioner Starkey in Pasco County was with us, and the Hillsborough commissioner had to cancel at the last minute. We did have several businesses go. A couple ended up canceling at the last minute, but the couple that went were very successful. They had great meetings. The team that did this, the staff from all three counties that did this, did an outstanding job at making sure that all the correct pieces for a business to start doing trade with Canada were there. So the American consulate were there, the Canadian consulates were there. They had attorneys there to talk about the rules and guidelines for imports and exports. They had banks there that could help finance if they were going to start doing business in Canada. And then those businesses met with distributors, and each one of them said that they're very confident in a very short period of time they will be doing business in Canada as well. So I think it was a very successful trip. I was very impressed with our staff and the staff at the other two counties. It really appeared to be seamless. If there were problems, they made sure nobody on the outside knew about it. They did a really, really great job. We met with the mayor of Vancouver, had some really good, interesting conversations, and I think it was definitely a worthwhile mission. So I was glad I was able to go and see it, and I hope we can bring in kind of an introduction to Global Tampa Bay for everybody. They don't meet as often, and that other group that Barry has split off, this is the new effort, and I think looking at economic development regionally is a really smart way for us to go. So, other than that, I did speak at the Downtown Partnership on Tuesday. We had a great discussion about CAM, Care About Me, and all the work that Lourdes and Karen in our Human Services Department are doing with mental health access and opiate addiction. I have kind of put out the request out there for speaking opportunities at Rotaries and Kiwanis and other areas so we can start really getting the word out there about the CAM. And if you have not heard, we've had an 80% show-up rate with the CAM, which is incredible. And our surveys are showing a 93% satisfaction survey. And so this is really an incredible accomplishment that Human Services has done, and I'm just so proud of it. My data is already a couple weeks old, and we've seen more than 500. We've talked to more than 500. 559. Thank you, Lourdes, for being so right on that. We can have appointments for people within 0 to 3 days. The average is taking about 9 because of people's jobs and transportation, but an 80% show-up rate is just incredible. So, so I'm so proud, and I am looking for other opportunities to go out and talk about it. And so Karen will have to be sending me updates on a regular basis. The Rowdies had an excellent attendance. It was the most attendance every single year. It has grown, and I'm so thrilled for the climb. You know, it's a partnership with the Coast Guard. It started, they thought the first time they'd have maybe 50 people show up, but it has grown over time. We actually had hospitals show up this time. Ashley sent out the flyer to some hospital workers and hospitals, and the hospitals showed up too. So we had not only first responders, the Coast Guard, police, and fire, but we had hospital personnel and emergency personnel show up and do the climb too. I'm sorry I missed it, but I was in Vancouver, but Brian did a great job representing, and we're just so thrilled about that. Just an update, I don't have the date, but I'm going to give you a heads up. It is the 100th anniversary of the Coast Guard coming to St. Petersburg. It would be coming up very soon, I think October, November, they're going to throw a party. And so when I have a date, I hope you all will consider coming. Originally, Air Station Clearwater was located where Sector St. Petersburg is. That was their airport and their location. And there is a swimming pool there because the divers had to practice there. So it's a real cool kind of station. But Air Station got too big. It is the biggest in the country. And they had to move over to Pi, the area next to St. Pete Clearwater Airport. But I'm glad the Coast Guard is going to do some kind of celebratory recognition of 100 years in St. Petersburg. So I'll keep you updated on that. Congrats again to Dr. Flowers. I know she's gone now, but we do have a gift for her when she gets back. And I want to thank my vice chair for helping covering the meetings this month while I was away, and covering all the duties that are responsible for the chair. So I thank you all very much. And we are going to recess, if there's nothing else, until 6 o'clock. And if that's it, that's it. Thank you. Enjoy the break.
Check. Test. 1, 2, 3. Closed caption test. Closed caption test. 1, 2, 3. Closed caption test.
Good evening, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners public hearing. And Commissioner Flowers has joined us. We already voted for her to continue, so we will go ahead and get started with number 32.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 32 is an amendment by resolution supplementing the fiscal year 2024 operating budget, recognizing unanticipated revenue for the Lellman Solid Waste Collection and Disposal Fund. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioners, this was a previous item passed that corrected the numbers and puts the totals in the amount off of the original request.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Long. Second by Commissioner Scott. Is there any more discussion or questions? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and members vote.
I'm a yes.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Flowers. And that passes unanimously. Number 33.
And we would ask this item be pulled. There was not an economic impact statement completed, so we'll have to bring this back to you with the new state law requirement.
Okay, so we'll be bringing that back with the new state law requirement. We'll move on to the number 34. Number 34. This is the public hearing for the adoption of the FY25 final millages and final budgets. Has any correspondence been received regarding the final millage and final budgets to be heard tonight?
The clerk did not receive any correspondence regarding the final budget. The Office of Management and Budget did receive 8 phone calls.
I missed the last part. They did receive
8 phone calls.
8 phone calls. Thank you. So this is the second and final public hearing for the consideration and adoption of FY25 final millage and final budgets. Before we get started, I'll walk through the sequence of events for tonight. We will accept public comment on the following property tax levies and budgets by the following taxing authority classification: the BCC countywide levy for the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy supporting the Health Department Fund, the levies for the dependent special districts and municipal service taxing units that going forward will be referenced as MSTUs. Dependent special districts include the Emergency Medical Services Authority and Pinellas Planning Council. The MSTUs include the Unincorporated Area MSTUs, Public Library Service District MSTU, Palm Harbor Community Services MSTU, Feather Sound Community Services MSTU, East Lake Library Services MSTU, East Lake Recreation Services MSTU, Greater Seminole Area Special Recreation MSTU, and the Special Fire Protection Districts. If you are here to speak regarding the final millage and final budgets, you should have filled out a blue card. If you are not yet filled out a blue card and wish to speak, please see the staff seated at the entry door, and they will assist you. For all the pre-registered online participants, you will be instructed at the proper time to raise your hand in the virtual meeting. After hearing all the public comment, I will ask the board if they will recommend any further changes to the millage, to the final millages and final budgets. If so, I will ask the board for a motion and a vote to adopt any changes. Finally, we will adopt the resolution settling the final fiscal year 25 millage rates and budgets. These resolutions will be adopted in accordance with the Florida statutes. The final millage will be adopted first, then the final budget for each of the taxing authorities. Before we begin this public hearing, if anyone has specific questions or concerns regarding the assessed value of their property, exemptions or classifications related to your property, or information on the trim notice, tonight we have here with us Alex Luca from the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office. If anyone would like to speak with him, please follow him at this time as he will answer your questions. And Alex, great. So I see you, and if you're going to walk out, if anybody wants to speak with Alex, you could follow him outside now. And he will answer any questions. For those attending virtually, please contact the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office at 727-464-3207, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., or email mike@pcpao.org. Florida statutes also provides that a taxing authority may adopt the tax levies and budgets of all the dependent special taxing districts and MSTUs by a single unanimous vote. However, if a member of the general public requests that a tax levy or budget of a dependent taxing district special tax district or MSTU be separately discussed and separately adopted, we will then discuss and adopt that district's tax levy and budget separately. At this time, does any member of the general public attending the meeting in person request a separate discussion or separate adoption of a tax levy or budget of any dependent special district or MSTU? I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Flowers, you have your hand up?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If they could bring it on as a panel, so everything, because apparently they haven't done that. So I'm just looking at like a black square.
You broke up and I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I guess the IT team have to bring me in as a panelist like they did before, so that I don't see just a black square. So I'm trying to get them to do that.
Okay. Are you seeing anything yet?
No, I see a square that says Pinellas County, and I see Darylyn Reevy, just her name.
Okay, I see IT is doing all kinds of things. Now you do?
Now I do.
Okay, I'm waving. Okay, all right, we got you in. Thank you for letting us know. You could hear us though, right?
Very, very well.
Okay, so I did ask, I saw no motion to have a discussion about the adoption of the tax levy or budget of any dependent special districts or MSTU. So I'm going to pass this over to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No individuals have pre-registered to speak by Zoom on the budget.
Okay. Since we have not heard from anyone requested separate discussions and separate adoption of the dependent special districts and MSTUs, we will proceed with the adoption of the dependent special districts and MSTU millage and budgets by one single unanimous vote. We'll now open the second official public hearing on the final fiscal year 25 millage rate and budgets. Madam Clerk.
This public hearing is being held in accordance with Chapters 129 and 200 of the Florida statutes. The meeting has been duly noticed by the notice of proposed tax increase and a summary of proposed budget legal ads that were published in the September 15th, 2024 edition of the Tampa Bay Times. Affidavits stating proof of publication have been received for filing.
Thank you. And we, the Board of County Commissioners, as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTUs, as previously referenced, will now proceed with the public hearings.
In accordance with Florida statutes, I want to publicly note that the percentage increase in millage rates for all budgets over the rollback rate, based upon the maximum rates on the trim notices to fund the final FY25 final budget, is a 3.3% increase over the aggregate rollback rate of 6.0073. The primary purposes for the increase in millages over the rollback rate are due to the following. In the general fund, including unincorporated area MSTU, and in the Emergency Medical Services Authority, revenue increases over the rollback rate are required to support personnel and operating expenditure levels that are driven by inflationary factors and board priorities. In the Pinellas Planning Council, revenue increases are required for the same purpose as per the request of Ford Pinellas. In the Public Library District MSTU, the Palm Harbor Community Services MSTU, the Feather Sound Community Services MSTU, the Eastlake Library Services MSTU, Eastlake Recreation Services MSTU, Greater Seminole Area Special Recreation MSTU, and 6 Special Fire Protection District, revenue increases are needed to support increased expenditures by the agency providing services for those districts. In the other 6 Special Fire Protection Districts, sufficient revenues will exist with a decreased millage to support personnel and operating expenditure levels and board priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. We will now continue this public hearing as taxing authority for the BCC countywide dependent special districts and MSTU levies by taking public comment from the citizens who wish to be heard. Our fiscal year 25 budget. Do I have all 3 blue cards? Do I have all the blue cards for public comment? Are there any blue cards for public comment? There are no blue cards for public comment. At this time, we'll take this, since there's no blue cards, anyone on pre-registered online?
No, Madam Chair, there's no one pre-registered to comment.
Okay, now that we have heard all the public comments, or lack of, from citizens, does any member of the board recommend any changes to these final millage rates and final budgets? The board must now consider the resolutions to set the final FY25 millage rates and budgets. As slated earlier, we will adopt the final millage rates and the final budgets in the following sections. 1, the BCC countywide to include the general fund and the health department. And number 2, the dependent special districts and MSTUs. The resolutions adopting the millages and the budgets for the dependent special districts and MSTUs will require a unanimous vote. If a unanimous vote is not received for the dependent special districts and MSTUs, we will need to adopt each separately. I will now ask the county administrator to proceed with the readings of the communications to display Schedule A that will be referencing during the readings and the votes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will announce each resolution separately for the board's action. Per Florida statutes, the board will vote on the final millage first and then the final budget for each taxing authority. We will start with consideration of the BCC countywide millage rates and budgets, which include the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy for the Health Department Fund. For the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy for the Health Department Fund, I recommend adoption of the final millages as outlined on Schedule A, which is in your handout and is being displayed as was previously posted to the county's website.
May I have a motion to adopt the final millage? I have a motion from Commissioner Long.
Second.
Got a second from Commissioner Scott. Any conversations, discussions, or questions? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I just really wanted to take the opportunity to thank Barry, Jewel, the constitutional officers, and staffs and their respective staffs on putting together the budgets this year, the efforts that it took to do it for our Pinellas County residents in an as cost-effective way as possible. And this is going to be becoming more and more important in the years to come. But I really appreciate the efforts by all, including our OMB office. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussions? Okay, seeing none. County Administrator, we could ask the clerk to bring up the voting card and members vote.
This is Renee. I'm a yes.
Great, that passes unanimously.
I recommend adoption of the BCC countywide budgets, which include the Pinellas County General Fund and the county levy for the Health Department Fund. This budget resolution includes corrected budget amounts for the water, sewer, and solid waste funds. The water funds from $216,521,730 to $246,521,730. The sewer fund from $711,070 to $278,538,380, and the solid waste fund from $584,537,530 to $614,537,550. To reflect transfers within their respective funds which had not been shown in the proposed budget and were inadvertently not reflected in the tentative budget resolution. These adjustments do not affect the general fund, any millage rates, or any user fees.
May I have a motion to amend the BCC countywide final budgets to reflect the corrections outlined by staff and to adopt the amended BCC countywide final budget?
So moved.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Eggers, and a discussion from Commissioner Eggers.
Yes. So the sewer fund, just the corrected amount is changed from $214,711,070 to $278,538,380.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments, or discussions? Okay, seeing none. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards then, and commissioners vote. Commissioner Flowers?
I'm a yes.
You're a yes. Okay, that passes unanimous.
We will now consider the millage rates and budgets of dependent special districts and MSTUs. I recommend adoption of the final millage rates for the dependent special districts and MSTUs as detailed on Schedule A, which is in your paper handout and being displayed as was previously posted to the county website.
May I have a motion to adopt the final millage rates?
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Scott.
So moved.
Second from Commissioner Flowers. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card, members vote. Okay,
I'm a yes, please.
thank you. That passes unanimously.
And finally, I recommend adoption of the final budgets.
Okay.
Move approval.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. And if the clerk could bring up the voting card?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Okay.
And I recommend the board adopt the resolution adopting the final FY25 county budget as filed and available for review at board records.
May I have a motion to adopt the final FY25 county budget?
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Long and a second from Commissioner Flowers. Any other questions or comments? Okay. The clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. With that, unless the board members have any further comments, this final public hearing for the FY25 budget is closed. Any other comments for discussion? Good of the group? Thank you to staff. I think you all did a great job. You all deserve a great applause. It was a big, arduous process, but you did an outstanding job, and thank you so much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you at our next meeting.
Good night, everyone.